Alright, welcome back everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第263天 is day 233 on HanziHero. We're starting with HanziHero today because the last time the unit that I currently have on Wanikani was I must have had a very wonderful discussion in the middle of it somewhere, so it's like spread for the next 2 hours. So this will give us just enough time to do our HanziHero lessons and reviews. There's kind of big news for Wanikani. Excited to talk about that a wee bit. Alright, so let's get into reviewing our stuff. Yesterday there was quite a number of mix-ups. So we had Ja, or really sandwich, right? Which forms the basis of jia, which is to kind of like being squeezed from both sides or pressed from both sides in a crowd way. And then zheng which is gift. I want to confuse it with yan. And then dan don't want to be confused with dan, which is to or but or however. And then saw, saw. Oh. Don't want to get it confused with xiao, which is a switch up with the shellfish for moon. This is lock. And yao. This is bite, and I was just a potato. nothing really substitutes for yao. My hand got a real workout yesterday from our first Inktober prompt. Feels kind of good. No cramps, no nothing, so pretty good. Let's get into our lessons. I'm a little bit stuffy today. We're gonna try to navigate that. 两侧 both sides makes sense. 两侧 or two sides. Let's see. 江 no. Yes. 江流 江流的两侧有很多房子
河流的两侧有很多房子。
Dang it. I use the other river a lot more. So 河流. How does 河 work? What is this thing? A can? Oh. Right. Magic can.
两侧贫穷
impoverished 穷 poor, right? 贫穷。他的童年 很贫穷。I'm not sure if I've ever really thought of. That's an interesting.
贫穷
That's an interesting statement. His childhood was impoverished. It's really interesting to grow up in a family that constantly thinks they like there's a lot of concern. There's a lot of concern for money growing up. Things were tight, right? And whatnot. But there's definitely a difference between, or at least I noticed vicariously, there's a difference between a non-proactive way of looking at poverty versus a proactive way of looking at poverty. And I don't think, while I kind of share sometimes about like, oh yeah, we just didn't have these luxuries because at one point we were above because we were in a socioeconomically lower area, and then when we moved to an affluent area, the juxtapositions there, right, the contrast. However, while I have mentioned over the times about not having this, not having that, and in negotiating and budgeting, I don't ever use the word poor or impoverished because it's very different when you're growing up in a family, right? When you're growing up in a family that they know what to do, or they're going to keep doing and keep trying to make a better life, versus growing up in an environment where it's constantly accepting and coping and compensating, right? So I don't earnestly ever felt like I would ever use words like poor and impoverished, because the thing is, despite having a fraction, like the reality is, despite having a fraction of what people ahead of me had, I also had a lot more than the people we were ahead at the time when I was born. But coveting, envy, jealousy, like those type of things kind of like wax away. They feel like they were overcome by simply thinking that we do something for better tomorrow and constantly be doing that. It's interesting. Yeah, I don't think I've ever used, at least in this word, describing myself, not others, right? A lot of times I still vividly remember when my classmates or people around me would say something like, oh yeah, you know, our family is poor, we don't have enough for cars. Like, well, I don't have a car either, but I can try to do something about it. So it's one of those things, like at some point, like someone says like, oh yeah, we're poor, so my parents are always away and I never get to see them because they always work. It's like, yeah, same here. But I still would not use, it's not in my nature to say we're poor or we're impoverished. It's more like my parents are working hard with food on the table and allowing me to go to school without having to work at the same time. Despite that, I still ended up working and going to school at the same time. But that's kind of the thing. I think this type of thing is interesting. I nowadays, I'm still not entirely sure if I have the mentality, if that mentality has ever subsided, where someone would say something like, as opposed to focusing on what they can use and what they can do, they would settle for spending their time waning and coping with what is and will continue to be, because they don't look at it as ways of changing or ways of improving or better or trying to change, and it's for better or for worse, because it can most definitely get worse, right? However, that whole idea of where there's a will, there's a way is more so where one continues to work on something. It is very often common, more common, that it improves overall over time, not at any one point in time. So this is kind of an interesting thing. Obviously, I'm speaking specifically anecdotally, because there are, if you're looking for outliers, you can think of a worst case scenario where regardless of what you do, you are locked into something, and that's certainly true. But upon reflection, I don't think I've ever used that word to describe myself before, in the sense of lacking something. I think there are a lot of things I'm lacking. I still lack a lot of things today, but rarely do I see it as an excuse or a way to pity myself, right? It's interesting.
醒悟
And yet, on a daily basis, that's generally what I hear. There's always an imposition of finances, but there's not a lot of imposition of action, right? I think it's still today. Like yesterday, I had a discussion, and it was about art. Like, well, you can do art. That's a privilege, right? Art is a privilege. However, at some point, somehow it has become in a liberty and entitlement, and it is like a necessity, and that's interesting too. Maybe it's because of my upbringing that I don't really empathize with the idea of trivializing other skills for the sake of your own interest. What I'm saying is, like, somehow prioritizing a privilege you have as a way to not use your time to improve that skill, despite having the privilege. It would be a bit direct of me to suggest that, well, there are a lot of other skills that you could use that privilege that you seem to take for granted, and work on those. Like, one would, in my opinion, would totally be communication skills. Like, well, if you're bored of your privilege, then communication skills, work on that, right? Because I would say inherently there will be, I like to believe that there isn't a human being alive that hasn't had to communicate with another human being. But you could, again, look at the outliers and say, well, what if a person who lived a incredibly short life, that's possible, right? But we're not looking at the exceptions, looking more at the rule. Interesting. Some of these really hit home, hit like the reflection stuff. To come to realize, well, there you go. Come to realize. 醒悟. 醒悟, obvious? No, awaken. Xing, and then wu. Awaken what? What is that? 5 souls. Oh, realize. Awaken, realize. To come to realize. I feel like to come to realize is more or less realize. So I'm just gonna type realize here. I'll try to remember to come to realize. 希望他们能早日醒悟. Wish or hope them able early day soon. Oh, early day. You realize, okay. I mean, that kind of makes sense. 早日 really 早日
希望他们能早日醒悟。
醒悟。灯泡。
灯泡 Yeah, that's a light bubble or light bulb. 这个灯泡坏了。What?
灯泡。
What did I type the first time?
飞跃。
I didn't realize light bulb was 2 words. Wait. Yeah, that's fine.
灯泡。
Hold up. Oh no, it's either 2 words or 1 word. Okay. I'm like
飞跃。
飞跃 leap. Makes sense. 飞跃 fly and leap. Yeah, it's pretty weak. We had to do a double take on yeah. How do we double take on yeah? I summon. Okay. Alright, I got it. 这是一个飞跃的发长。
这是一个飞跃的发展。
发展for develop. That's development. That's kind of rough. That's also for Japanese. Japanese has a very similar thing with chan. Or go. Or like, yeah. Like carry out stuff. Development.
飞跃。
Yeah. Okay.
两侧。
两侧。灯泡。
灯泡。
Oops. Light build. I'm gonna have to think about that again. Oh, that's Chong. Still thinking about the other
飞
thing.
跃。
Yeah. Oh.
醒悟。
醒悟。Oh, no, wait. Just kidding. Wait. Oh, ping. Oh, wrong ping.
贫
贫穷. Depth. Depth and woo. Task. Okay. Task. Modifier. Oh, 债务. Yeah, depth. 他必须偿还所有 yes 所有的债务
他必须偿还所有的债务。
偿还 repay. Okay. What? That's definitely Chow. What is going on? Oh, that's not Chow. God. I will.
债务
I'm thinking repay. Why am I thinking of repay? Oh, it's because life is being swapped out for a glitter bomb? Ooh. Might want to keep that in mind. Okay. Hey. Gotta be careful.
感叹
Gantan. Feeling of sigh? To sigh with feeling? Okay. Or to sigh. 我常常感叹时光飞 what is that? 飞是 I don't know what that is yet. Interesting.
我常常感叹时光飞逝，
飞逝 which I'm guessing still flies. Something about like passing, probably. Passing. As in time passing. So flies. Fly over. Like how time flies is a word of passing. 感叹
感叹
感叹 Like feeling?
贫困
贫困 trapped and poor. Still the same. Trapped is a what is it called? Supplemental character. It's a utility character. Just like Wu. 那个村庄很贫困
那个村庄很贫困，
贫困领悟
领悟 oh yeah, this is the collar thing again. And Wu realize, just like you realize by something like just literally dragging your collar to comprehend. Something is to realize is so complete that you have figuratively grasped it by the collar, not allowing you to ever escape. I think I'm gonna need a pivot on whoops. I feel like I'm gonna require at some point a pivot on collar. I think collar will get a lot from direction. Maybe like even dragged in a direction. Or collared control, a bit of control. So like collared control. So what this does is a necktie and blue collar makes sense, right? It's fine. But blue collar also means a form of direction or control because it's a system, right? And then program is a network system, right? Or control, a form of direction. That's what a program does. And then a leader, the sleeve thing needs a modifier too, but I'm not quite sure yet. We haven't used sleeve too much. Sleeve is kind of new. This one, a leader provides direction and control, or leader collars their followers, right, and lead them, right, kind of control them. in a way. And then comprehend is very similar. When you realize and control it, if you realize and you are able to control it or color it in some way, you can comprehend it, right? So I think colored is more like a direction or a control, kind of like 智. I feel like it's a lot more like 智 for system and control. At least that's how I think about it. let's see， 他领悟到了问题的关什么关键 right？
他领悟到了问题的关键。
Interesting. He combining flows and key 关键 right? Am I crazy? Is shut? Oh, you know what? Shut is a little bit interesting. All right, sure.
领悟
Excuse me. 领悟. Yeah, that helps out a lot more at
活跃
unifying it. Active 活跃 live leaping, that's active, yeah, or lively. Okay, I was gonna use lively. Ever since starting learning Japanese, it's lively all the time. Like that's the word, lively, as opposed to like active, energetic, I don't know, vigorous, vitality. It's generally lively. And how did the lively work? Isogashi? No, not isogashi. What word am I thinking of? Not genki. Not genki. Nikiyaka. Yeah, Nikiyaka. Because of Duolingo. Nikiyaka was lively. It's like, oh, okay. Interesting. Nikiyaka. Oh yeah. 他在课堂上非常活跃。
他在课堂上非常活跃。
Very active in class. Fair enough.
活跃
You know, I read a little crossover. On the Wanikani side of things. I check the thread once a day. Wanikani and HanziHero's thread. HanziHero's thread doesn't get updated. Like, there's not a lot of chatter, obviously. It would be kind of nice to see like a dev update, perhaps. Maybe a social media outreach for what's going on. Maybe they have another project they're working on or something like that. But it doesn't seem like there has been any updates. However, on the Wanikani side, HanziHero got brought up again, right? So the crossover. And it was a response to an existing thread. And that's the juxtaposition between Wanikani and HanziHero. That's why I'm using both of them, one of the reasons as well, as companion pieces. So this person mentioned how they're a heritage speaker, because I have a hyper focus on heritage speaking. The way they described their current predicament about learning how to read, right? Learning how to read characters, which is basically whenever I say like 活跃, and then I make like commentary about or the last commentary about Ling, how I feel about it, like, and whatnot. There's a lot of feelings going around because of heritage speaking, like how you hear the stuff, it's like, oh, well, you have some intuitions, but reading something has a very interesting transformative effect when you're going about it reading. So this person makes your usual comment where like, oh yeah, I know how to speak the language, so therefore because of that advantage, I feel like it's a double edge. It can be very utilized as an advantage, but it can also be the bane or the crutch to overcome fundamentals, as in skip fundamentals. So one of the common comments from a heritage speaker, especially that person's sounds, I don't want to be too presumptuous, but the way their language and how they arrange their English and talk about things, it sounds like they're in ABC, as in American born Chinese. So I look for these things largely because I want to meet with other ABCs and talk about learning languages and revisiting and trying to learn how to be literate in growing up in a pragmatic household that does not emphasize the pragmatic use of a language that isn't the national language. So this person, that's a long preface, it's very important preface. So this person said things like, oh yeah, I already know how to pronounce things and sound things and listen and talk. It's like, okay. And then this person goes on, so therefore I do not need a system to figure out how to read reads, assign reads to characters in a typographical form, because you know the sound and speech of them. I think this is where that's what happens when you have heritage speaking, and I also tend to extend this to native speech. Native speakers who do not inherently participate in education, maybe not a parent yet, perhaps, or they're not in a position where they have to offer advice most of their life, like loners or lone wolves or independent superpowers and incredibly skilled people, right? Let's just say like even prodigies and whatnot. Typically when they think about their capacities to do things, they do this like general hand waving things like, well, I already know this, so therefore I don't need to do this or that, right? As in like the constant, it gives off that vibe of, I already know all this, so I'm beyond this situation. And it becomes a double edge when someone starts compartmentalizing it. So I ask myself, right? Sometimes I thought the same. Well, the thought came across my mind about, well, I mean, I know this stuff. Do I need to come up or delve into another system? Like, I know what these words sound like, so do I need another system for this? The answer is probably no. You don't need. But the idea is, what can you learn from revisiting a system that you technically don't have, right? So this person did this like juxtaposition. They're like, oh, I like Wanikani, I'm starting again, and I've been learning a lot of Japanese, but then I heard about HanziHero, but they use this really weird like mnemonic system. I mean, I use Wanikani, but I don't use mnemonic systems either, so I don't use either mnemonic system. And they said something like, well, HanziHero forces you, but you can skip it. You can skip it, by the way, which this person noted. And they say like, well, it's a waste of time, and you only get to do like, the person said like, oh, I was pushing the cap. I changed the cap to 40 lessons, but you can only do lessons daily, and reviews are only daily. It's super slow. And my first thought is, it's probably super slow because the first 40, the majority of it is a system they don't care about, right? That's fair enough. But my first thought is, how myopic, like I'm all about goal. Like I know I'm a lot about the process oriented stuff. It's fascinating how someone who is saying something about the process, this process being slow, right? They know the things they have to do. HanziHero front load all their mnemonics and their like construction and stuff. And then but when you're already at a far destination, somehow that makes the person able to rationalize how many things they could skip for the sake of time, right? And I find this is one of the things that also happen to heritage speaking. I think heritage speaking is not that it's quite similar. There are some parallelisms with the native speaker fallacy, where there is an overestimate or a general feeling of intuitive nature of saying, nah, I got this covered. Like whatever soup of random things, I got it covered. Like, well, yes, in an undisciplined way, right? Now the question is, what can you gain from doing a system that you otherwise find optional? What can you learn, right? And my first thing that I probably would respond to this guy is, you learn patience, you learn diligence, you learn how to invest forward in your future, right? But that's favoring the destination over the process. So here I am, I'm seeing this guy's pose, and they're asking for feedback and advice, like I want to use something like WaniKani, but not use WaniKani. I just want I want a flashcard system that tells me exactly what I want to know, and I can go as fast as possible with no outcome of knowing how much, or benchmark how much I actually know or retain. And that's what they want. But they're on a WaniKani forum talking about another product, HanziHero, which I'm gonna try to be as delicate as possible with this. Their preface for their question and advice is to complain about the money and how much it costs and subscription base for both services, when they are clearly not using the service, the thing that both services provide. So my wondering was, why are they on WaniKani and talking about HanziHero in the first place? My first thought would be, try a graded reader or something that tackles a system that they do not have. So the long story short is, it's really interesting how one can take their history and make it so that they can complain about something that they voluntarily did, and then ask for advice from people who fundamentally disagree with them. It's wild. And then when like, a person replied, they're like, oh, well, I don't use most of the mnemonics either. So what happens is, the people who provide a response end up resonating. The people who tend to respond to that type of strong entitlement and privilege and, I don't know, strong opinions, are people with strong opinions, and they tend to be individuals who agree with them. So then you have this whole thread about asking, do you want to try HanziHero? And the whole thread in like a span of a month would be like in that particular month, and then someone else would ask a question, set the tone. And this is what I mean by the echo chamber in the internet. It's not necessarily because the echo chamber is very provocative in the sense of it's very useful. The louder it is, the likely only the loud people who resonate with that opinion will say something, right? Will respond. And inherently, it's either the people who vigorously disagree or vigorously agree to such a strong opinion. And my first thought is, I feel native speakers and heritage speakers can become overtly complacent about their abilities. And it's not that they can't get the job done, or whatever it is, whatever their target language are they speak in, get the job done. It's more like learning a new thing and learning a new skill. When you approach someone and you ask them for advice and learning, my first inclination, in my opinion, right, like I'm not referring to their aptitude or their like how skilled they are in their native language or their heritage speaking. The idea was, I need to understand if this person likes to learn first, because the thing I want to connect with the other person is sharing through learning and teaching. So inherently, the first thing I would like to suggest in terms of communication skills is to talk about how you learn first, and then ask for advice. Not complaining about what something has or shouldn't and should have, with no details about how you learn, and then ask for advice. However, with that said, I would say the vast majority of the internet approaches, like what I mean by the vast majority, sorry, I need to be qualified a little. The threads with the loud vocal people, they do not, they may sometimes think about the process, and they may sometimes think about the destination. Sometimes they warp the idea of the process to fit a self-fulfilling prophecy, and they share quite literally nothing about how they learn, and that becomes the social norm. So the social norm is rarely ever about explaining why and how you think this, so that people can actually, in my opinion, individuals who choose not to maybe say anything, largely because they don't empathize. There's not information to empathize other than your very direct and opinionated, vigorous, provocative statement. Like if you go and type on a thread and say, I hate this game, here's the reason why here are all the reasons I hate this game, right? And it is a laundry list of what is not there in the game that they desire, and no explanation of how this impacts them in the game. So naturally, all the responses would either be those things aren't there for a reason, without explaining what the reason is. They just, that's because they're not there. Or people who agree with them is like, yeah, I wish this stuff was there. And then you have a whole thread of non-constructive criticism, an echo chamber of polar behaviors. And that's kind of like the current state of the internet, in my opinion. That's kind of how common to, and not necessarily every community, and I think it's more the social norm. So and it feeds on itself. Say you spend most of the time reading this and seeing people make these videos and content and stuff like that, because that's what people want to watch. It's the comfort zone of communication. Then if you, I at least in my opinion, if you see it in that way, how are people still surprised that whenever you're in trouble, like just rarely, let's say you're the GOAT and you don't have any problems, but the day you have a problem and you go to ask for advice and express, a concern, ask for help, it's kind of ironic a little bit, maybe a little poetic, that those people are the first to complain and discover that most people do not provide constructive criticism online. And I don't actually think that's true, that most people do. The people you attract do. So when you explain a problem you have and you explain it non-constructively, you are likely to attract people who respond to you non-constructively. That's kind of the feedback loop, right? So if you're really sad and you spend a lot of time self-pitying and you openly project self-pity, the higher chance is you're either going to attract someone who has a strong opinion about self-pity in both ways, and not necessarily, you'll still attract some, right? Like there's going to be some normal distribution, but generally speaking, the ones that are overrepresented, which statistically is very hard to determine whether they are the majority or not, is the idea that when you do not balance your way of explaining things, what happens is you have constructive things. So what become of this said stranger that talked about how they already know how to pronounce Chinese, and so therefore they don't need a system to read Chinese, or because somehow knowing how to pronounce deals with the idea of connecting reading to the character. That's my personal take on it. Like, I don't care how well I speak and understand and hear. There wasn't a system for me to connect what I think things sound like and speak like in order to read something. So that person could totally go cold turkey and just say, okay, this character is Huo, and then you'll always think of this as Huo. And it seems like the person's really, well, they're talking themselves up. What they said was they showed a bunch of statistics. They're like, oh yeah, I was expecting to like learn like 100 characters in a week, every single week. I'm like, okay, well, good luck to that person. But it doesn't say how or where or like in what manner. So instead of like, as opposed to entertaining the idea of starting something, working on it, and seeing if it works, they go ahead and project and predict that it's not going to work or is a waste of time, right? And I think that happens far more concerning, in my opinion, for skills or systems that have a very large upfront investment. So the learning curve is higher, right? Higher learning curves makes it inaccessible. And that is where I want to drill the thing. Heritage speaking and native speaking doesn't inherently entitle you to understand the learning process, because it effectively becoming complacent and repeating and practicing what you already know does not allow you to develop problem solving skills and way of thinking that involves a learning curve. So inherently, when that person keeps asking for another tool that helps them, you're asking for someone who's trying to teach, you're asking for a system that requires you to read, type, and have a structured system. But since you're a heritage speaker, you rationalize that you can learn without discipline, structure, or any form of writing. You simply have to connect the sound you have with the characters, despite the characters having inherently a system, right? Interesting. I find that, like, if I knew this person, what is very fascinating to me is I would love to see what type of product or what type of approach they settle on, because it's kind of difficult for me to imagine how you get there. Sorry, my nose is running. I am all for humility. When I have difficulty imagining how this person can be successful, I would love to find out I would prefer to find out that they are successful and I get to learn how they do it. So maybe I could like introduce some of that into my routine, where maybe I can take advantage of also being similarly a heritage speaker who wants to read and try that skill, right? That's kind of what I'm hopefully thinking. However, that doesn't discount my overwhelming experience, in my opinion, like right now, my feelings of my overwhelming experience, that they are asking for a solution that is the antithesis of what they lack. Like, the first thing I would say is the way they speak and the way they talk about fundamentals and systems. They lack diligence, they lack discipline. So in fact, the first thing to do is literally pick up a system and learn a system, because they haven't done that at all. It doesn't matter what system it is, in my opinion, the act of learning a system is one of the skills the person lacks. It's kind of like if you give someone who lacks discipline an ability to manage their finances, right, the process of managing their finances, if you give them $1 million, it doesn't matter how much money you give them, they will likely lose it all or mismanage them, right? I mean, talented people, brilliant people, even millionaires, billionaires, once a day could lose it all due to mismanagement. So that to me is obviously I didn't write anything. I don't have enough information. Basically, all of this is in inference and presumptions off of the way the person types and the focuses the person has. That person complained about a product that doesn't meet their ideal goals, not a product that is trying to teach them a way to learn or expose them to inspire them in a way to learn that is not of their own. So effectively, that makes up, I would say, more than 50% of posts, or more than 50% of people who approach another person that have been doing something for a very long time, right? They would say something like, "Oh, do you have any recommendations? I have trouble getting this and this." Well, you gotta explain it, right? At least in my opinion. So, and when you practice explaining something and being involved in the learning new skills and learning new systems, in my opinion, what happens often in those situations is not only do you maybe probably figure it out yourself, like, you connect the dots and whatnot intuitively over time, turn a system into an intuition, turn a new routine and new learning curve and habits into staple lifestyle lifestyle choices. Inherently, you will also attract people willing to talk about it, because there is still one thing the internet does quite well, and that is when you reveal a lot of details, those details tend to be the selection factor for what people will focus on or what they will talk about. So if you fail to share that information, then oftentimes the echo chamber is like a mirror. If you post a question, and most of the questions is I don't know, one word answers with no constructive criticism. The question is nowadays is, what was the nature of your question? Because oftentimes I feel like, I don't think this is true outside of the microcosm that is self-selected forums and self-selected groups. I think self-selected forums and whatnot makes the echo chamber stronger. But when you walk out like in a stranger where there's less and less self-selection, right? there's larger and larger, more noise, that type of self-selection doesn't get exaggerated. So people will start with explaining things. Like, hey, how are you? Why are you at the bar, by the way, at 11 p.m.? I just got off work, thought I'd catch a nightcap. Do you have time to have a chat? Right? Like, you have to explain those things because there's a lot of variables that make it necessary to practice explaining those things. And yet, when you take someone like that person and walk out and they talk to someone else, I am more than willing to bet against that person that they are unable to explain their current situation and what their thoughts are, because inherently when they write and the way they speak about themselves at least tells me very little, other than they whine and complain about things that they can't make or do anything about. And that is very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Like, they're looking for a secret to being a heritage speaker and suddenly acquiring literacy by being a heritage speaker. There wouldn't be a very notable problem with heritage speakers being illiterate if that solution existed, right? Right? If they're asking for that, there's no criteria. Like, what do you need? What do you want in the thing? Like, describe your problem. Instead of describing, they complain what is. So you take a fact, an observation, and you just say, well, it should be this and not that. Like, well, okay, I don't understand why it's not this and it's that, right? That's how speechless I am a lot of times reading those things. I wanted to convince myself, right? Over these years, I wanted to convince myself, is it because I'm just a loner? Like I don't care enough about people? Or sort of, am I a lurker? Right? The whole lurking community. Do I lurk because I don't like talking or interacting with people? And I tried to entertain the null hypothesis. Maybe I enjoy interacting with people. And over the years, I have come to a different answer. Obviously, null hypothesis testing can lead to neither. It can be a neither outcome. And the neither outcome is often people don't talk about themselves anymore. Like, what I mean is they don't talk about themselves in a manner that provides awareness, self-awareness, to be expressed to another person. And that's probably why I don't interact with people anymore. Like, what I mean is I don't see a comment and suddenly be like, oh, hey, I have a really interesting question I want to no, it's more like some guy, like, I would say 9 out of 10 times it's some guy stating a fact or fact checking or fact correcting or projecting their insecurities. And what I mean by insecurities, I'm not talking about their insecurities about themselves. I'm talking about their over concerned about others' well-being without explaining why they are over concerned. Right? Like, oh, hey, by the way, you had 3 spelling errors. Learn to English, buddy. Oh, okay. Can you explain why why this was necessary or why you desire to do this? May we explain what is your intent or what you were trying to achieve by doing that? I imagine that person, if I had to presume, that person probably didn't even think about it. They just do. They do certain things. It's humorous. Oftentimes you can't get, it's difficult to encourage someone to do a new thing that they don't otherwise come up with themselves, but they are very vigorously excellent at doing the thing that they continue to do. And now, in my opinion, now you have a echo chamber, like the echo chamber has created such a dichotomy. You have individuals who specialize in very specific skills, and they do them really, really well, like astonishingly so, whenever the demand for that skill is available, or there is a demand for that skill, or a demand was created of that skill. However, it is also a double edge. Those individuals are incredibly limited in their skill set. And one of the biggest cons, in my opinion, drawbacks to having a limited skill set is an inability to solve problems. Despite my predilection of thinking how trivial, like I don't want to say they believe it's a trivial problem. I almost feel like they use a language that it means like it's like life and death most of the time. For myself, I think it's trivial because it's trivialized by the ability to problem solve. Being able to know that, hey, well, it's a new system, but I bet I can pick it up. And then find out later. And then, do I worry about if the system's useful later? No, but I can probably creatively make it a system that I can use in some way. That is what is very different. Like, this person believes that learning a new system is always a waste of time if it's not made in his image. I can't fathom if this person has ever worked under another person, or worked under a senior, or under a system that's already established. And I can't even, it's difficult for me to imagine that either they land their dream job or their dream scenario, or they spend a large majority of time complaining, kicking, and screaming about the inability to adapt to anything. That's kind of like my thought process. But anyways, it was about WaniKani and HanziHero. I think I highlighted one of the easily top 10, I'm going to say top 10 discussion topics when it comes to learning. Learning is not about learning. That's a really hot take, but it's really interesting how the vast majority of things, when they ask, hey, can you help me learn something, and before that can happen, that person has to express some level or some understanding of what is it that's keeping them from learning. And then oftentimes that leads to a lack of discipline, or just a lack of range, right? I didn't learn any Chinese character with HanziHero. It's definitely the system. It's definitely not me. I didn't remember anything. It's definitely not my fault. Like no percentage. It's not even it's not 1% of my fault. It's just never my fault. Right. That is someone who will, in my opinion, inevitably solve zero problems, especially about themselves, and continue to, hopefully, cross their fingers, find the perfect match somehow, in some way. Live a life of one-hit wonders or limited success, but they can be really, really good success. So you hope that they're lucky enough to get that one success that makes them. That's cool. That's what I would wish for them to have, right? It sounds like enabling, but ultimately, if that person chooses not to change, wishing that they become a burden to themselves and to the people around, that is a lose-lose situation. So oftentimes I have this wishful thinking like, well, I hope you find the chance, the opportunity to express your particular interest, right? You try to encourage them. Otherwise, like you create a new source of burdens, and I feel that is what is bittersweet about it. Like, so hats off to that guy continuing to spend money on things that they are otherwise paying for but ignoring the value of. Like buying a toaster to bake. Like, okay, well, you can certainly make it work. I hope they do. But certainly it'd be an uphill battle. It would be very uphill battle. So you buy Wanikani in HanziHero for the deliberate intention of not using or be inspired or use any form of their existing mnemonics. Why are you using it? Konbawa, konbawa, Gecko. How am I doing? Feeling inspired for Inktober? My first, yesterday, my first prompt, ooh, I still remember experimenting. Like, what I mean is, it definitely inspired me not to use chalk. Yesterday I was trying something new, so it was fun. It was fun. Then I did like damage control for 2 hours. It was like a 4-hour piece, but really we were trucking along for like an hour, and then the other 3 hours was trying to decide if I'm like, how do I cover this up? You know how I don't know, Gecko, if you do this like home improvement where you paint a room, right? And you're like, nah, that color is bad. Let's just paint it all white again and then start over. That's kind of what I did. But that's why art is interesting. Yeah, it's really fun. Like, one thing for sure that makes me reflects my personality is that no matter how tough the thing is going, like how off the rails it's going, if you spend a lot of time recovering from it, right? If you spend a lot of time, it's like, oh, okay, well, all right, now we're in damage control. Let's just do stuff. You already have those skills involved. That's basically, before you hopped in, I was digressing on how people lack problem solving skills, but it's not because it's intentional or ignorant. It's more like the situation or the environment that they're in. What you call it? If you spend most of your time like scrambling and trying to solve problems, you kind of end up having this like back pocket of fixer-uppers, right? It's kind of like, well, it's not pretty, but you can duct tape it. And that's what happened. So the first prompt was pretty alright. It was I learned that I'm probably gonna ditch the chalk for now. We're not vibing hard enough. Here, I'll show you. Yeah, this is the first prompt. We made this. So the prompt was mustache, and all I had to do was draw a mustache. But we went with something. I had a particular idea in mind, and because I didn't finish doing any of the stuff, this is what we have for now. Today's prompt is weave, so I have another idea for weave, and we'll see how it goes. The part that was a problem was the chalk. So the coloring part, where like I was trying to do the chalk thing. Weirdly cute? How is it weirdly cute? What the heck does that mean? How's this weirdly cute? What's normally cute? The heck? Weirdly cute? What's normal cute? Anyways. Yeah, I look forward to today. We get to go at it again. Yeah, 4 hours. I basically spent a lot of time like trying to balance the chalk color. Don't know. I guess he looks kind of stern at the same time, but still cute. Yeah. Solemn. Solemn is what we were going for, which is also stern. Yes, the stern look. The weirdly contemplative, solemn, stern look. Just like, my existence. Today's one is I don't actually know what type of expression I'm gonna place on. Although we have to remember that while I can make it really expressive, I was just thinking of a red panda, and most animals can't. They don't change like their face. So I think it was the mustache and the lighting that gave it the stern, solemn look. But I should try like different expressions on the face now that I think about it. I feel like the mustache inherently makes you stern looking, if the lips are like not visible. Do you happen to have a mustache, Gecko? You don't usually associate stern with cute, you suppose, which is probably why you say weirdly cute, I guess. Oh, you've never seen it. You never seen in. Have you seen a very angry panda, red panda? It's or like um I don't want to like be too presumptuous, but maybe like when your wife is angry at you, but somehow it comes off as weirdly stern but adorable or something. Or like, you know, those scenes where someone's like, "Oh, I hate you," and then, you know, you like swing, but you just like swing and a miss. But not in like a aggressive way, but more like in a klutzy way. Maybe that's just the whole anime thing going. It's probably the association is probably because of anime as opposed to other things. So what you're telling me is you're not really an anime fan. Tis tis Gecko. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. How are you doing, by the way? How's it going? We do have to keep on the ball because guess what? I'm already behind schedule. And what I mean by behind schedule, I mean from what I did yesterday. You're afraid you only have a boring short bear, nothing as fancy as a mustache. Oh, beard, yes. So no fancy mustache. I always wanted a fancy mustache, but I can't do that. Like, I got nothing. At most, I can do the whole Fu Manchu thing, but I usually trim after a while, after it starts growing. I did know someone though. In graduate school, I did know someone who had the full, like it's their thing. They actually they had like a one of those like routines, and they legitimately had a wonderful curl. Like, it was nice. Like we're talking about like Monopoly Man. I'm going for it. I always thought that would be kind of a fun activity to do, but it's not in the genes, as they say. I do not have the genes for that. I already am incapable of having your noticeably lush facial hair, so got nothing. Choice was taken away from me. I'm kidding, obviously. Beards and mustaches come with maintenance, and also the public opinions. Do you have like a long beard? Like, we're talking about like you can do something with a beard. I always like the idea of doing something with a beard too. You know? Do like a, I don't know, a Vinland Saga homage or something. Sorry, I'm kind of stuck. I don't want to get it confused with Chang, right? Right? Because this is Chai Wu.
债务
Chai Wu.
感叹
There's a Wanikani update. Gecko, did you get the email? I don't know how long you've been using Wanikani. When was the last time it was updated? I feel like this happens a lot. Like, anytime I start using an app so far, like, obviously this is confirmation bias, but so far I have a 100% occurrence rate where if say Wanikani fits in this, for whatever reason during my time with the app is when there's a big change to it that historically hasn't happened before, and Wanikani has one coming up. Been good, thanks. Nope, sorry to disappoint. Just a short beard which you trim when you need to. I see. Pretty much minimal effort facial hair. Ah, okay. Yeah, I got the minimal lifestyle for sure. In before, like, you know, a Manscaped advertisement just flies in my face, I'm like, all right. Yep. that still happens because of like targeted ads and whatnot, right? And then whenever you watch a influence, like a content creator and whatnot. Whoops, that's not sign. Sigh.
领悟 活跃
活跃
贫困
So now I have something exciting to do. I can't wait. And with like I forgot what day it is. We have exactly 30 days. Oh no, but it'll be less than 30 days with the new overhaul. So that now I have an extra thing to talk about for the Wanikani's day 300 tentative take. We get to talk
字面
about the new thing. I'm pretty sure the mailing list was like everyone who is subscribed, so I don't think this is like it open. You did get the Wanikani email. You really like that they keep investing in your product. That being said, you have not yet gone back to using Wanikani regularly. Maybe you've caught up with me level wise. I don't know. I am on level 26. But hear me out. I'm talking about when you did it before. Did it like you used Wanikani far back, right? Like at least a year before me. So was it still the same a year ago? Like whatever you saw when I was doing, like it seems like it's been a while. I don't know. I get the feeling it's been a while for like a full overhaul, right? And based on the email, it's probably going to be very similar structure where you have compartmentalized docs, and then you dock things. So it's more it probably it's a great way to bridge and make the phone mobile friendly too, because they have their web API thing being phone compatible, but having the docking system makes it so it's modular, so they can keep on. It's great to invest in a modular system in order for like maintenance and coding purposes and back end stuff. So I imagine it's gonna be a docking system, where you dock various functionalities. I'm excited. It also means I have to delete all the scripts or just deactivate them or offload them, and we're gonna experiment. What? I was gonna talk about that later, during WaniKani. I haven't actually done WaniKani yet today. It's next week, so I definitely have less time, but it'll be very fun to talk about. Who would have thought? Honestly, I did not plan on a WaniKani backend update before I matriculate out of WaniKani, which will happen eventually. Super neat. You were very active on WaniKani for most of 2024. Okay, the year before. So not that far back, I see. But no major updates like that. Maybe a good excuse for you to get back to it. It could be anyway. Yeah, I mean, I guess you'll hear about it on, for me anyways, on the 8th. I think it's the 8th. Hold up. I'm going to try not to dox myself here. Wait. Okay. All right. It is on... Oh, it's on the 6th. So I have a little bit more time. Ah, that's so neat. I love back-end stuff. I hope like it's a resounding like feedback and stuff, and then it reinvigorates the developers. But sometimes these things can be very aversive. Especially in the golden years of live service, where most changes are inherently apprehensive, negative, and rage baiting, right? Often rage baiting, and because of conformity and complacency through use. However, my fingers are crossed because it's exciting. I love change. Change is you can argue, oh well, what if the change makes it worse? It's like, then I make it work. That's kind of like the fun thing about having privileges, right? When you're in a hobby, when you see a bad thing, it means you can do something about it, and that's fun. It's the fun part about hobbies. And then when it does really well, you can make it do better too. So, and of course, we're not talking about life things, right? Like things you have to do. That's different. When a job, you need to do something and it gets worse and you have to do it because it's not a privilege to do it, it's a necessity to do it. That's a different story. But in this case, I feel like the lines have been blurred for consumers lately, where things that are not a necessity are not also opportunities. I feel oftentimes, at least in my opinion, when something doesn't quite hit, there's things to learn from it, and you can make something of it, I suppose. Lemon, lemons and lemonade again. I'm excited. When was it? The 6th. Okay. I get to write. I don't know if I'm gonna do something special for it. Oh, you know what? I think I'm gonna do something special for it. That also means that my Inktober prompt's gonna have to double up again. What should I call it? WaniKani 2025 update? They should have Koichi should have gave it a fancy name. Let me see the email again. If they gave it like a fancy name. Nope. No fancy name. Like I don't know. Sometimes they use like a version name, but I would love to see what version of Wanikani they're actually working on. Like version 12.1.0.6321. That would be pretty funny, honestly. Like I enjoy that too. But probably like the Gen Z Wanikani update or something funny. I think I'm gonna do a little like short bit about it, I guess. Yeah, we're gonna plan on that. Okay. 侧面 which is the side, right? 侧面。房子的侧面有一果一棵 interesting 一棵大树，这是棵 right？
房子的侧面有一棵大树。
Yeah， 一棵大树。
侧面叹气
叹气 what do we got? Sigh, just sigh energy, sigh it out. 叹气他悄悄 no 他偷偷 no yes no. By the way, update name Wanikani Rise of the Crabbigator. Oh, that's a good one. Alright. By the way, sorry to ask since I'm sure you discussed it already. Did you put Duolingo on pause? Yeah. We had to put Duolingo on pause. Too many things. I was too overly ambitious. So, here's a funny thing about Duolingo. Duolingo Japanese course got updated, but the desktop version didn't quite get those updates yet. So I'm kind of curious when they're gonna roll them out. The Spanish course, we couldn't do it. There's just too much. Like I tried this month actually, but Shogun Showdown took too long, or like took a lot of the time. And then we had Kodoba Dash, which was unexpected. And I was gonna actually contemplate about starting Hades too. So there's too much volume. And then there's absolutely no possible way I can do it this month. So all our prior engagements are coming to fruition. And P5X turned out to be a very nice addition that leads into my end of year project, Persona series. So too many things. And usually the short answer, obviously, I probably said this when you were around sometime. Whenever something goes on pause, the explainer typically is something more interesting happened along the way. However, with that said though, I still like poke at my Duolingo with whatever Japanese and Spanish I have currently. So like technically it's on pause, but the practice never stops. The practice doesn't stop. And the reason why I still use Duolingo and stuff is because if I'm walking or I'm doing something else, you can still be doing Duolingo. That's why Duolingo is habit forming. You know, if I go out to walk, yes, I can certainly enjoy the nature and stuff, but I can breathe, I can listen, and then I can Duolingo. Or if I'm on, I am half considering doing some indoor walking, some like treadmilling or something. And you know, like yes, you can Netflix or you can Duolingo. Actually, without saying much, I watch movies while I Duolingo. So, like for example, one thing that you do, one thing that I do is, since I've spent 1 year of Duolingo, right? For the subscription, Spanish has only audio things, so I would read my show that I'm watching. Sometimes I would read the text of my show where I'm watching, and I would be listening to Spanish exercises. And then vice versa. And sometimes I'd be listening to the show but reading Spanish. So it's an interesting feeling. That's cool. You'll be the first to agree that you should not burn yourself out, even if sometimes the temptation of awesome project is there. Yeah. And of course, I'm not sure if I shared this before. I don't ever operate past my burnout points most of the time, and it takes a while to burn out. So, when you have burned out before, you learn, at least with due diligence, one is able to learn to safeguard against burning out. But for the record, burnout is not the same as running out of time. So I do want to make that probably a big distinction, that to me, burning out is not running out of time. You can run out of time well before you burn out. So I often think that from time to time, people might correlate them a lot of time. Like, oh yeah, there's so much to do, so you're trying to juggle all of that and you run out of time. And then running out of time leads to burnout. But most of the time, it's there's not enough time in the day to do those things. And that's unfortunately the nature of the beast. Not enough time to do things, right? Whether you are burning out or not. And I think burnout deals with a lack of enthusiasm and complacency, right? So in no way to say if I am burning out, then I would stop streaming, actually. Largely because my routine for streaming is that I'm in a state that is incomprehensibly I'm more likely to run out of time before I encounter burnout issues. Usually work, when people have to work, right? Work and do things that they have to on top of everything. That's when burnout happens, because you may have a sudden obligation that causes the person to push over their limit. And I'm talking about a person that we can relate to, you, Gecko, and me. Other individuals burn out for other reasons, but I'm talking about the person who has a balanced lifestyle. Typically, the burnout comes from obligation, over exceeding the thing. I see what you're saying. For you, if you're not careful, you know that when I'm running out of time, you have a tendency to lose sleep discipline. Oh, I see. And that could be a slippery slope to burning out. Yeah. And I feel like the sleeping discipline comes with obligations, if you know what I mean. Like, since you have to work, you also have to require sleep discipline. And I totally agree. I do lose sleep discipline as well when I run out of time. The obviously the not slippery slope on my side of things is, well, I can choose not to do those things, but you do not, right? You have obligations, which is very important. It's the great distinction that makes you juggling far more than I am. It's interesting to say it this way. I've burned out most of my life, or I was burning out most of my life, but that's because of obligations. In this case, it's pretty shocking how some people think that they burn out, but they voluntarily burn out. Like, and what I mean by shocking, I mean shocking in a way that they repeatedly burn out when they're largely doing voluntarily things. But I totally understand someone who's also juggling obligations, and sleep discipline is required for those obligations, most definitely. And Yeah, I have been tired. Like today, I was supposed to start like an hour or two earlier than expected. It's all right though. It's pretty neat. Like, I don't want to trivialize other people's realities, but to me, like when I'm thinking about things, the last thing I would say is burning out of a hobby with no obligations attached is kind of more of an exercise in self-obligation. So the moment I feel like the burning out is the moment when it becomes an obligation and there's a lack of discipline, right? Do I lack discipline right now? Probably a wee bit. A wee bit. However, the good news is I'm operating at like despite the whole burnout thing, I'm operating at not quite nearly as hard as I can. I can definitely try harder and do more. Obviously, I do not push that envelope. So we'll still got all our contingency plans in line. Spanish is still there. I like listening. I like listening to Spanish. Spanish is still like in the, like, for example, I don't know if you watch King of the Hill, Gecko. It's funny watching what Spanish is in King of the Hill. Because Peggy is not, she's supposed to be the like token early day, like early 90s to early 2000s example of let's just say arrogant the archetype character arrogance. And she's like she starts off by being a Spanish substitute teacher, and every time she says me lamo me lamo Peggy, Peggy Hill, oh man. Or a what does she say a lot? Excusame, like excusame or something like that. I'm like, oh boy. Yeah, and there are real obligations, of course, and yes, and there are real, but you do also feel sometimes you will consider some things as even though they're not really. Exactly, that's what I mean, Gecko. No judgment there from you though. Always easier to say as an outsider. Exactly. Yeah. So that's what I was trying to be a little bit tactful about. It's not their reality, right? It's definitely like what I'm saying is not their reality. It's my reality. The idea that when you're that burnout situation is somewhat self-inflicted. And often when we think about when the caring, the, like, at least in my opinion, the thing that you're advising, like you're trying to be empathetic or sympathetic at least about making sure that I don't burn out. And I wanted to reciprocate by saying that, yeah, it's more since my burnout dealt with obligations, it's very difficult to find myself in a position of my entire, like, the agency is mine, right? Mine alone, to find myself burning out. Largely because there are very few things that compare to the obligations of life that would cause someone to burn out. And that's kind of what do you call those things? I guess people would call them life lessons, right? But hear me out. I feel like life lessons are kind of getting a different standard now, where life lessons are teaching something that prevents something that people commonly experience. But for me, when I think of life lessons, I think of obligations that life presents, of which you overcome to produce a lesson. So when you choose to do something and most things are your privilege and you complain about it, that's not a life lesson. It, like, personally, it's not the same life lesson. It is, I can call it a life lesson because it may be a life lesson to someone else, right? Choosing hobbies and becoming complacent and burning out because you're grinding on the hobby is not a life lesson. It's a life lesson for the current generation because that is something that comes up far more frequently. The times of my burnout, of my younger self, were the times when you burn out because of obligations. You burn out because you are juggling too many obligations. You are working, maybe double job, you're going to school while working, you never take a vacation, your summer vacation was to still stay in school and continue to cram even more, you know, making sure you're working, you're finding ways to advance your career, like you sleep, wake, work, you work in your sleep, that kind of thing. That's the burnout that I'm used to. And understanding what triggers that and how to manage that is the life lesson. Because it's the things that life obligatorily throws at you. Not the ones that we're kind of trying to be respectfully, discreetly referring to. The ones that people choose to obligate themselves to. Which is like the art conversation that I'm going to have multiple times during this month is probably the one where someone says they're obligated to produce artwork that is publishable, worthy of clout, and worth monetizing, and that's the only time they will ever produce art and release it to the public. That's a self-imposed obligation. That's not an obligation placed upon them. So, and because of that, that creates burnout. That's one of, in my opinion, one of the major sources of burnout for self-obligated things. You burn out of streaming because you stopped performing well, because you started focusing on the things you think people want to watch. And then that feeds into people wanting that. So that in it inherently is an obligation of itself, like self-imposed. And then that creates, like, that takes the joy out of it. How many years have I been doing Inktober? This is the 5th year. We started in 2021. We started in 2021 based on a whim. I once had an acquaintance who did artwork, and I thought, that's really cool, I want to draw something, right? And then they were doing like day 2 of Inktober or something, and I was like, oh yeah, let's do it, let's keep each other motivated. And the long story short is this person did like 7 pieces, fell behind, and then I guess other things came into being. This person is really happily, like, just going about their business. I haven't talked to this person some time now, but since then, yeah, we do it every year. 2021. This is 2025 with new themes, new things. I don't know if you noticed, but that first prompt, one of the themes is to make it a card because of Wanikani and HanziHero. And if you looked at the card symbol, it was the radical for mustache. That's one of the consistency, one of the few themes of this year. Obviously, the stuff that I do tend to want to do and represent all the things that are currently happening in the year. Each year comes with new themes. On top of themes, on top of the Inktober stuff. And I only draw like over 90% of any form of drawing and stuff is within this month. So you just save up all that energy, save up all that background processing, and then you unload it on 1 month, right? You could kind of say it's difficult to burn out if you have prepared yourself for it. And it has a beginning and it has an end, right? Intentful planning. Obviously things can derail and whatnot, but it's well within the planned events. I actually have most of the stuff planned out till the end of 2026, actually. So we have most of our stuff kind of sorted out to the end of 2026. And then we'll throw in, it leaves room. I usually leave like 20% overhead for anything that may come up for it. And then other things. But we have things set for at least temporarily Q1 of 2027. Yeah. I imagine you have something like that too. You see the mustache radical is really fun to see your more creative side, since you feel most of the time our discussions tend to be more analytical. I see. Yeah. It's true. You don't find our analytical conversations creative? How dare you? I'm kidding. I don't get a lot of chance to create things. I would definitely have to say that. I think the most creative thing I can do is how I talk circles around conversations, right? Talk circles around topics, and that's as creative as it gets. And hear me out. The creativity is a reflection of the person I'm talking to. I'm not saying you're not creative, Gecko. It just happens that we talk about analytical things a lot. I try not to like adulterate or take people out of the comfort zone too much. Like, oh hey Gecko, why don't you start drawing artwork? Then we can talk about then we can compare our creative side on artwork. Which, by the way, 2027 is when music comes into the conversation. Oh, by the way, I did listen to your things. Sea shanty all the way, man. That sea shanty was bopping. I did look at I did listen to your music pieces. I'm not so sure how I feel about the others. And it's fun to listen to it in the language that they were in. Interesting choice of language. I also have some like music projects that I eventually will do. But I think they're going to be like 2 years out, like 2027 situation. Because I haven't let go, I haven't outgrown my musical past. So we might end up creating more in the future.
叹气 气泡
Air bubble 气泡这杯 no yes 这杯汽水 the heck 汽水有很多气泡 what the heck is 汽水 oh a soda interesting
这杯汽水有很多气泡
that makes sense 汽水I like what is it about I don't know if you have done art before, Gecko, but if I had to give a tier list, right? Some people ask, "Oh, what's your favorite part about drawing?" To sound as cliche as possible for myself, it's the scrambling that is fun. I do enjoy my scrambles. Especially no, I don't eat a lot of scrambled eggs, but it's the scrambling, and I think that's why I also enjoy HanziHero. Right now, like low-key hot take, I enjoy HanziHero more than I enjoy Wanikani because there's more scrambling in HanziHero. Scrambling is the idea that you're always able to grasp at the answer. Wanikani has Wanikani has this thing where like you hit you don't scramble as much. You have very low number of threads to pull at, right? It's kind of like if you're doing research, the search part is the fun part, not quite the answer. The answer is not quite the fun part. I mean, it's fun still, but the act of doing and scrambling around to find the answer, that is ever present. So oftentimes, in order for the search part to be entertaining or exciting and creative, the question has to be difficult to answer, right? That's what drew me to science. But there's a downside to that. Pragmatically speaking, there's only so much you can do and so much time you have to attempt to answer a question. And because of those interests, it can become a grind. And that grind leads to obligations that lead to burnout, right? You have deadlines to meet and whatnot, and funding and resources. However, when it comes to hobbies, usually they're self-imposed. So in this case, like scrambling is what makes artwork awesome. It's the opposite, in my opinion, of what people think they enjoy artwork. In fact, I have yet to meet an amateur artist who who necessarily think of it in the same way that I do. Like, professional artists have different obligations. They have results and performances they must meet. But for myself, it's an enrichment of the process. Like, you gotta scramble. That's for me. I gotta scramble. Like, oh man, this looks really ugly. How could I, like, to me personally, like, I'm like, oh, I'm not satisfied with this. What can I do about it? You feel like you were pretty creative as a kid, writing stories, inventing language, things of the sort? Oh, so you did do those things. Here I thought you were born a 60-year-old. Like myself. I'm younger than I've ever been, so that's the running joke. But now you have to be very deliberate to get your creative side out in between the daily grind. Yeah, so I'm like, we switch roles. I'm like, the thing that you're describing, that was me from 1 to 18, maybe 1 to 21, maybe even 1 to actually maybe like 1 to most of 32. So my first 32 years, that's it. No it's not about creativity. It's objective, pragmatic rationalization. More like a Vulcan. Like we're going full Vulcan here, you know? Vulcan, maybe a little bit of Spock in my 30s, but not too much of Spock. Or like going into my early 30s, maybe late 20s, there was a bit of Spock, you know, some humanity in it. Now I'm like exactly that. I write stories. I talk about social X. So I write stories. I journal. I invent, like when you're saying inventing language, you don't have to invent an entire system. You can do social X or friend Lex, right? There's different dialects of a specific language between people. And then just do creative things. So that's all I do now. Occasionally though, I would like to have something that has a deliberate the daily grind. I kind of like that. And hear me out. Says no one in Gen Z. I'm nostalgic for the daily grind. I truly am nostalgic for the daily grind. it also comes with the propensity to burn out and overwork and whatnot. But that's kind of why I overworked. I really enjoy the daily grind. Is this the daily grind? Like the thing I'm doing now? Absolutely not. This does not qualify for daily grind. Like, I can't even. I have a feeling, Gecko, you can relate to this, and among other people, I suppose. This is like the opposite of the daily grind. Like, I can't even see myself grinding on this, despite me writing the word grind and whatnot. It's a different type. It's the Gen Z grind. In my opinion, the grind word that I typically use now is the Gen Z grind, but it's not the daily grind that I miss. That's like walking into class, getting my butt up because I have to do a great job, like I have to do the best job I can. The constant pressure to be obligatorily responsible for other people. That is the daily grind. This is not. This is self-serving. Most of, quite legitimately, nearly all of my time that people keep saying, "Oh, appreciate the grind and you have a lot of discipline." That's the Gen Z grind. It's self-serving, in my opinion. And I wouldn't say this. I say this nonchalantly because that is what it is to me. Content creation is self-serving. Until it's not, but I don't tackle that world of content creation, right? Yet we're talking about things like, I don't know, Hank Green and John Green, like when they do charities and donations and philanthropy. That's a different story, but I don't have those resources or that influence or even that aspiration to do so. So the daily grind can be stimulating too, at least for jobs like yours that requires problem solving. That is the daily grind that I miss. Yes, and you need stimulation, but there's definitely a balance to find there to lead a healthy life. Absolutely. And I didn't have that balance, obviously. When I was younger, it's all about the problem solving, and I still talk about and preach about problem solving, because to me, the daily grind, the actual daily grind, is the balance to the Gen Z grind, is exactly what you're saying. So I usually end up talking about the daily grind of problem solving because the daily grind, the Gen Z daily grind, is the most overrepresented one. It's overrepresented. It's not balanced by the reality of the daily grind. Like, how do you get someone to want to learn how to stimulate and be rewarded for doing something they have to do versus they want to do? Like, kid you not, yesterday the root of the discussion was wanting to do art versus having to do art. Right? Those are different things. And you need both of them, in my opinion. It requires a sufficient execution of both of them in order to create that balance. And the reason why it came up is Inktober represents a microcosm of understanding or bridging the daily grind, the daily grind you're referring to. That's where the stimulation comes from. Inktober is a lot of fun to me because it represents the thing that most, in my opinion, Gen Zers and online communities see as unattractive. So, like, for example, if you don't want to do Inktober, like a challenge, for example, a challenge is a microcosm. You are obligating yourself to either have to do it, follow through with it, and exercise your problem solving skills in order to reach that stimulation, right? And that is a facsimile. It's not a like 100% 100% replication of what the daily grind is, but it is a bridge that's different than the targeted environment that you spend most of your time. Like having to watch something you don't want to watch, but it's educational, so you have to find value in watching it because it's needed for something else. That requires problem solving. How do you extract and become interested in something? How do you take interest in something versus being reflexively interested and doing only the things you want? Now you're looking at the prompts for Inktober 2025 and wondering if I should try to create 31 songs. Do it, Gecko. I swear, I think you're stealing my 2027 idea. But I don't have, it hasn't happened yet, but I'm gonna blame you for AI stealing my ideas. I'm just saying. We'll talk about this again in 2027. If you do this before me, no, I'm kidding. There's someone else who there's someone else who also did this. They take whatever form of their art and then do like a challenge version of a creative challenge version of it. Actually, creative challenges tend to be, in my opinion, a great bridge to what you're saying. It's important sometimes when you spend luxury, right? That's what I mean by privilege. If you get to choose all the time what you want to do you actually do all the things that you may need to do? Probably not. It's one of those things like, tell me, here's another like TLDR. Tell me you're young and inexperienced without telling me you're young and inexperienced. And what I mean is young mentally. And the thing is, when someone goes up to a stranger and say, oh, hey, what are you doing? And it's like, oh yeah, I'm doing this challenge. And they're like, oh, it looks boring. I'm not interested in it because I don't find it interesting. I don't have any desire to do it, but I am someone who can do it. That is, in my opinion, telling me you're young and inexperienced without actually telling me you're experienced. Without actually telling me you're young and experienced. In mind and body, not in body. Like you could be 40 or 50 like a one-trick pony, and that's perfectly fine. I'm not saying you'll be guaranteed to be happier or sadder without doing this. But the thing is, you're talking to a stranger, right? And when you are inexperienced in something, you do not exchange interest with them because you are inexperienced in their interest. Hence, you're disinterested in their thing, right? So how interested am I in Inktober? This is my 5th year. That's a lot of interest. If someone asks me, oh, do you do it because it brings like all the joys and endorphins and you always want and desire to do it? No, not exclusively. I do it because it's also a challenge. It also tells me that I need to spend some time doing things that I otherwise am not very consistently doing. Despite how much I enjoy art and desire art, the act of doing it is incredibly exhausting, and it requires a lot of problem solving. Like, I want to do this. I want my art to look amazing and sell for things and make people happy and illicit things, but that's usually not the case. So how do you get wanting to be interested in doing it despite it being exhausting? A challenge. Hey, the more the merrier. It's not a competition. Listen, it is totally the more the merrier, and it's also a competition, Gecko. Don't be skewing away from this. We can go the more the merrier. Competition breeds enhanced quality, you know. I'm obviously just being argumentative for the sake of fun banter. Yeah, the more the merrier. I won't be tackling the music thing. The reason why I want to make music again or produce music is because I kind of want to make background music for the stream. So I'm interested in picking up you having a treble instrument like a guitar and a violin is sufficient to produce like a back-end track that can complement. Like I have these compositions in my head, and I need to put them into some form. So I was thinking it would be really fun to not only have a story for all my Inktober prompts, but also a short like 15 to 20-second music clip that also elicits the emotion of it. Like what would a mustache, what would be like yesterday's prompt? What would the mustache thing would look like? I'm thinking a bit of fireplace, and something that makes things a little bit elegant sounding. So what does that sound like? Fireplace, cozy, fireplace, and elegant, with a bit of a stern feeling to it. What would that like 30-second, 1 to 30-second piece sound like? That kind of thing. So it would have, then we could like put the, I haven't done animation yet because I can still do animation as well. So we could do like a static 2.5D motion card with a loop of a 30-second backdrop, like a backtrack, and then that would be each thing, right? That would be each thing in the future. That'd be pretty cool. I mean, that's basically making a deck builder asset. you're basically making deck builder assets, and that's where most of that inspiration comes from. Honestly, it's a combination of the stuff that I enjoy. The more you think about using these prompts and seeing what you could be able to do with them, the more you think you want to give it a whirl. Although on your side, you're more into songs with lyrics. Yeah. But you could make it about those lyrics. A mustache? Come on. You can do something with a mustache. I think that this is why those things are exciting. So what you're saying right now, the more you're thinking about it, it's getting you to think and seeing the prompt. That is why Inktober is important to me. And yes, it sometimes may attack your sleep discipline for sure. But that's what makes it so wonderful. That's what makes learning another language exciting. Do I hear that very often? I don't. Honestly, I really don't. Gecko, you're probably the only person I hear that from. Most people are like, but are you going to get good? Are you going to be good? Like, how good are you now? What pace are you going? Are you getting good yet? Is that getting good? How? Like, you know, the perfect example that's in my head that getting good. I'm like, I don't know what that perfect example in your head is. It's like, well, it's not what you're doing. It's like, okay, well, thanks. That's a big summary of most of my interactions. They don't say in those particular words, but it's kind of like a projection. Like, for example, right now, how can I illustrate the interactions that I've had for the majority? So, Gecko, you're not just gonna make it like a popular music, right? Because popular music is trash. Like, you're gonna make like math rock themed for me, right? Because if you're not gonna do it well, then there's no point in giving it a whirl. Because you have to do it well, right? Otherwise, you're gonna create bad habits, and then the prompt, basically you're wasting your time doing other skills and exploring things because you're not practicing the best way to make music. That's the type of conversation that I and it's not bad. Like, what I mean is, it's not of malintent. There's no maliciousness behind it. It's the in my opinion, is a reflection of the internet culture. People that I talk to truly believe there's no point in exercising, problem solving, scrambling. You do it the best way the first time, and if you can't do it the best way the first time and good enough, you never do it. Again, that is the internet right now. And it's not as it comes out. It's projected most of the time in not a harmful way. It's more of a kind way. Like, aren't you worried you're not good enough if you keep doing it this way? It's like, nah, if I'm very happy about it and I can continue to do it with passion and problem solving, I think I'll get there. I'll get there. Probably not in your ideal way, but I'll get there. And to add another layer, now you're looking at each prompt and thinking which language suits it best for a song, dude. That's exactly it. Right now, I can't decide which language, so I'm just using Japanese and Chinese. I can't throw in Spanish yet, but I was thinking of doing Spanish, but I didn't learn enough. Like, I didn't go over enough Spanish yet. Maybe in 2026, Inktober prompts will be trilingual, or is that quadrilingual? No, I don't really throw English in too much, but still. Since you've been having tons of fun creating songs in a bunch of languages, it has a musical feel to it. I know, right? That's one of the essence of listening to music without actually knowing the language. You know? Hello there, Bree. Hello, Bree. Welcome back. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if you feel the same way, Gecko, but because of my early years, most of the time when I think of language, I hear pitch first. I hear pitch, cadence, and volume before I hear the actual language. So when it comes to music, language is music. Like, they're very indistinguishable. And hear me out. Oh, Gecko, wait, hold up. You need to watch a video about Chinese and ask yourself, if Mandarin is a tonal language, how are songs written? And hear me out, because I already know the answer, because it led to one of my heritage speaking quirks. I have a very difficult time understanding English and lyrics because in Chinese there's a problem, or there's a interesting interaction. Gecko, there's an interesting interaction, and it's very specific because it's juxtaposed to Cantonese. Because if you think about it, right, like, I don't know, you probably heard a bunch of Japanese songs by now, right? It also happens in Japanese, but in less of a way, because a lot of times people say, oh yeah, you know, pitch accent, it's the end game, and pitch accent allows you to discern certain nuances, but it's not as nuanced, in my opinion, as the restrictions felt through music and the connection of their meaning. Because if you look at Japanese lyrics and how the lyrics interact with their pitch accent when they're singing, think about Chinese for a moment, especially Mandarin, because Mandarin has fewer tones and less of a flexible. Cantonese is a little bit more flexible, and then Cantonese writers actually specifically paid attention to maintaining the tonality. So when you're listening to Mandarin, early on I developed a really terrible problem with understanding like English lyrics, especially through accents, because accents deal with different fluctuations in pitch, volume, and cadence. So lyrics, like, I'm very, like, almost hypersensitive to it. So oftentimes I can't hear things like ad-libbing, for example, or not ad-libbing, mad-libbing. You know, like how one word sounds like another word, but it has to sound really close to the other word in order for me to understand. Because a lot of times I grew up with Mandarin, and it's pitch oriented, so you need the tones to discern the meaning. But in English, you really don't have to while you're playing on words and writing lyrics and affecting your pitch and stuff. And in Japanese, it's still not felt like that. But you definitely need to check out like an essay on the breakup of the lyric dynamics in Chinese, in Mandarin, because it is wild. Basically, what I'm alluding to is that yes, the tonality does kind of matter, and it is very difficult to understand what the heck they're singing. And I've always thought I had some sort of like problem. Like my thought is whenever someone linked a Chinese song that they liked and it had subtitles, right, in English and then like pinyin and the characters, and they're like, "Oh, do you understand what this song is singing?" And I'm like, "Probably not, because the tones don't match up to most of the words. But if there are subtitles and lyrics and written out, you get the gist of the song. And it ends up being the musicality of the song that is more appreciated. And in Japanese, it's kind of similar due to pitch accent differences. But that's where when you're listening to songs in a different language, especially tonal languages, you start focusing on different aspects of the song. And a lot of times that's where I wanted to produce a juxtaposition when you say you like songs with lyrics. Chinese. Listen to a Mandarin song. It's really funny. And obviously, this also requires maybe some literacy in Mandarin and stuff. But the song lyrics sometimes, like, what? When you take a mustache and imagine what you could do in each musical style, that's where the creative possibility really gets exponential. I know, right? And hear me out. When you share that with another person who's also taking that creative possibilities, then magic happens. But you have to meet someone that has that similar energy, right? And I'm gonna be honest with you. You're probably the closest, but yet we can't match the same energy because our priorities do not align yet, right? And even then, so have I like bumped into someone who's as enthusiastic about language learning? I don't know. Not in like the creative possibilities, but it would be really fun to see what it's like when you can match up. All that stuff is fascinating. Actually, you have created a song in Mandarin. Chinese title is okay. Okay. But of course you cheated with the help of AI to create the lyrics and you don't understand any of it. Oh, okay. Your song title is fun, interesting. It's like star. Okay, there's two simplified characters in there, but hold on. There's two simplified characters. I think one is I see star something only time. What is that simplified to? Is that hold up. Oh, Chung. Oh no, that's not simplified. None of it's simplified actually. I just didn't recognize that one. Chung? Is that sync? That's probably sync. Stable. I don't know what the second character is. It's star something of time. What is it supposed to say? Star something of time. You still enjoy the musicality and you can read a translation of lyrics, of course. Yeah, like Chinese songs are weird. They are like up and down. Like I earnestly felt like I was when I was a younger, like when I was a kid, I just didn't understand. I thought I was like kind of, with the lack of a better word, I thought I was developmentally challenged. Like I couldn't understand why when I'm speaking or when people are speaking to me in Mandarin and then I watch a music video, I'm like, what is happening? I don't understand. Like the common phrases that Mandarin writers normalize, they are often in their pitch. So you're like, it's kind of like learning a target language. You know, when you're learning Japanese, you're like, yeah, skinny. I was like, oh, I know what that is. And then it's like, totemo, totemo, I don't know. Kirei, it just shows up. It's like, oh, I know that. That's how I feel when I listen to Mandarin. Like, so if you want to get used to lyrics in Mandarin, it's like a different aspect of the language. You get used to the patterns and commonality of certain pitches that are tone shifts of the lyrics. So like you get used to how, it's like, for example, I have an English example. For a while, the phrase "I love you," right? I love you ends up sounding more like "I love Jew," right? And then this becomes a musicality thing. And in writing, there's also others like "duh" and "ya," as in you, but "ya," right? Like that type of stuff, it becomes so regular that then you get used to it. But in English, it accommodates this. It doesn't necessarily, like, "ya" still, it's normalized to be you. But when you say "ju," like "ju," right? When you say "ju" and you say "ju" or even "you," it becomes something else. It's like, what? So oftentimes it's like, I love. You love a lot of things, but I don't know what you love because I can't tell what you're saying in the lyrics. So then I would read the lyrics, and that's how I get it. How's it going? Hello there, JC. Today you were watching a Mandarin video that had pinyin translations coming from Spanish. It gave you a false sense of confidence about learning to speak Mandarin until you remember tones exist. Perfectly alright, JC. You know what's great about tones? There's only one, when eventually it becomes like, eventually your Spanish also ends up having tones, and your Japanese ends up having tones, or like whatever else you're using. English has tones, so consider it as whatever you're learning now. If you're interested in Mandarin, of course, eventually you can characterize the tones in English. And what's great about revisiting a lot of your other languages is you can play with it. At least in my opinion, you can become creative. One gets a creative outlet. Like in English, you can use your recognition of tones to ascertain and associate behavioral patterns from an English speaker. So like you can tell some of the nuances of the way, the subtext of the way they pronounce a specific English word, despite the English not being a tonal language. It's feelings and like sort of feelings and musicality and subtext is has very specific tonality to it. So in Spanish, you can acquire, like, you can kind of conjugate English, and you can start conjugating Chinese if you want, for fun, obviously for fun. Like you can start doing like, oh well, it's not a conjugation, but this is a auxiliary word, right? I call this like an accessory character. So that's kind of one of those things. Like when you think about, oh yeah, you remember, well, this exists, but it hasn't priorly exist. But the thing is, you can acquire a new mechanic. So that's kind of how I feel one could proactively or be excited to look at it. It's mechanical. I at least in English, I have used tonality in English for quite a long time now, right? A great example would be I don't know. Old. We have desert and dessert. Desert and dessert has tonality. That's a tonality difference. Now, you could have an emphasis difference, which is desert. So now your volume is going up as well. So you're going desert, dessert, or dessert, right? Or you can say dessert, desert, which is same volume, right? And then you can use the emphasis for slowing down. You could say dessert. So, right, oops. No, it's more like dessert. Right, desert. So now you have moda. So this is a moda change. It's a beat change, right? So tonality is obviously so desert, desert, right? If you're doing that, or desert, so de, right? And then, oh no, that's dessert. Sorry, dessert is this way. Sorry. Dessert, going up, dessert, or it could be actually it's probably this dessert, or and it might actually even be 4. So this 4 2 is fine too. Dessert, and then desert is sorry, I'm writing them backwards. This is 4. This is is it 2? So it can be 5. And then desert is the other way. Oh, tones. Desert. Desert. Kind of like 杯子. Desert. 杯子. This is a cup. 杯子. Desert. This would be if I was saying this in 5/4 or maybe like 1/4. It would be 杯子 right? 杯子 desert. Something like that. I was making it up as we go. Let's see. When the stars sink. Oh, it is sink. Okay. That makes sense. So you're right. Hoshi, right? We had Hoshi. I don't know what sink is, but yes, that's what sink is. Chang. No, Chang. And then time, and then what was the other character? Only. Or of 之 and time, which is 季, right? 季 or 时. So it says the sinking star of time. So then time of the sinking star. Yeah, 星辰之时. Yeah, 之时. So it's kind of like interesting. And now I'm kind of curious what the song's about when the star sinks. Yeah, so this could be star sink. So the star sink time, the time of the star sinking, etc. What were you writing? So far, you've made song in English, vast majority, Spanish, French, Italian, Portuguese, German, Russian, Norwegian, Swedish, Japanese, Korean, and Mandarin. Suspicious. There's a suspiciously missing languages. No, I'm kidding. I haven't thought about that yet. So far since I'm doing artwork, right? AI art. Like I'm using I'm looking at how AI art is transformative in like how to make AI art transformative through my projections. You'll definitely upload at some point, but you have such a backlog. You're only posting 5 per week. Okay, sure. I did like the first 3. This was like a week ago. You only had 3 on there. I like the sea shanty because I kind of have a guilty pleasure for sea shanty. And the reason why I have a guilty pleasure for sea shanty is because acapella and male acapella groups. That's a thing, right? That's a thing. And I like the resonance range of a male a cappella group. It's a little bit different for females. Females are kind of like an upper register thing, right? So I like that. And sea shanties tend to be excellent natural historical occurring things that integrate a group of men, right, with different vocal ranges chanting. It's kind of like anthems as well. I often enjoy the harmonies of anthems. And you might be thinking, what, you mean like the American national anthem? No, I'm talking about like anthem, like in like rock music, anthemic rock. When people chant together, or even earlier, we can go back to, is it like 1700s or is it 1300s? I don't remember. When Gregorian chants, when they incorporate Gregorian chants. I mean, if you want to have a good example, most people use gaming examples. So Elder Scroll, right? Elder Scroll 6 and Halo, for example, they have chants and anthems in them, and they're male like harmonic things. So that's why I quite enjoy sea shanties as well. They tend to be a full-bodied, I would say, very full-bodied representation of the pitch range of the voice. I'm not saying female a cappella is like distinctively not full body, but the idea is sea shanties historically are not inclined to be female. Now, you might be thinking, so are there female sea shanties? Well, when we think about video games, there is one by coincidence, because I played Pirate Yakuza. Yakuza earlier this year, February, which, by the way, there's a new Yakuza game. Kiwami 3 is coming out in February. I'm so happy that I get to play Like a Dragon games every single year. In fact, this time I get to play 2. More on that later. But anyways, Pirate Yakuza, there are female pirates, quote unquote, female members, and they actually did a sea shanty for them in English, in 3 languages actually. So it was interesting to hear a sea shanty with a female accompaniment. It was like a combination. Basically, the game has a voice sample of all the characters, and depending on which characters is leading, they would have a harmonics, like a harmony of those characters. So wonderful. Well, you know what you're doing in February. Yeah, it's already set in stone. It's every February. So February has become Like a Dragon month. That's it. Every single month. Like, since they started doing this thing, it's like the end of January to the beginning of February. It's every year. Just let's do it. Anyways, we're looking too far ahead. Now we're gonna reel it back in our enthusiasm, and I look forward to your backlog. So have you ever did voice sampling? Does the AI algorithm, like the AI generator that you're using, does it do voice sampling? So as opposed to you can still have lyrics, but then instead of using lyrics to pave answers, like to pave construction of sentences, it creates haikus, like haiku, right? Haiku, and or like I forgot what they're called, like pose. It's like a free verse. There's another way, but where instead of focusing on the construction of a narrative, like a paragraph or connected ideas, it's creating feeling through like juxtaposition of those words, and then you use that as a musicality ability to do so, like in EDM music, for example, like EDMs, synth looping music, or like things that emphasize the musicality of those words, like the language itself, as opposed to emphasizing the meaning, the structured, like higher complex meaning of it, but eliciting emotions. So things like having the word sad pitch up and down, right? Pitch up and down. And then having a music accompaniment where it becomes negative or boding into positive, and then the sad gets pitched up and down, for example. That sounds, you know, that's why art is awesome. And remember, art is also music. I want to keep that in mind. I'm using art as like the umbrella, right? So we're not talking about like drawn or written art per se, but music. Music is fantastic. Anyways, so many fun ideas. Like imagine just having a song where how many emotions can you elicit by only using the word mustache in different languages. Oh, which by the way, hear me out. Hold. By coincidence, I don't know if I told you this before, but someone else was here. One of the bands that I listened to, Yorushika, right? Yorushika, right? Yorushika made a song called Mars or Martian. Did I already tell you this? In the song or the music video, they have Martian written in the back in many different languages. So, hear me out. You might be thinking music is your last frontier. You're just sampling that. But where are the music videos? Hello? Gecko? Get on that Sora and start generating multi-language music MVs with your multi-language musics. Come on. Chop. Listen, there's just so much to do. You really like the musicality of sea shanties too. You also made a sea shanty inspired EDM song. You don't think I can post links, but it's called Pull Together if you want to look it up. Okay. I don't know if that's your music style of music. I have moods. I'm a music mood guy. Hear me out. I'm a creative moody person. So instead of saying there's any particular style, right? Any particular style of the content involved, I'm a moody person. So I prepare myself to be in the mood. So whatever that mood is. And a sea shanty a sea shanty is a specific mood, right? You don't do voice sampling. You input lyrics and descriptive prompts for the vocal and musical styles. But you could record yourself, Gecko. You could just say one word, like hold a pitch, and you just like hit yourself. For your Chinese song, cinematic ballet at 6874 BPM. Start with closed mic, felt piano, and soft string pads. Gradually add cello, violin lines, distinct taikos, and airy chorus swells. It goes out. Oh, that sounds so much fun. Prompt design is fantastic. And you know what's fantastic about this link that started all this, which is Inktober, right? That is the idea. That was the point. At least that's what Inktober meant to me. I don't actually know what the original, like the OG person's intent is. Art is transformative and emergent. That's in its conception and its production, right? Not only is it its result, but in the process of its conception and production is transformative. So the thing that you listed could be a prompt for a, I don't know, musember, or like music, like a different style of musical prompting. Like and then the more restrictive you become, the more flexibility others have creatively. So like create a sad sounding song paced at 120 BPM, sad sounding song paced at 120 BPM, double time, about mustaches. Challenge accepted. No, just kidding. and using the track, using an opera track, and it has to be from opera. We could even make it, like something wild. It must incorporate naturalistic animal sounds. Oh, I can't even think of what they would come up with. Like if you're like generating it, right? If you're generating, it's like, what would that sound like? What is that? What are we even listening to? That's the creative process in a nutshell, right? Anyways, sorry. All right, I'm done. What? Oh wait, that's Japanese. My bad.
气泡
Oh.
膜
How can you even sleep, Gecko, knowing that you can do that? Like, I earnestly, like, I barely get any sleep just thinking about Inktober, and I only have one word to work with. Like, just one word, Gecko. Inktober only has one word. It's like the universe. And here someone comes by and say that they're an artist, for example, and say like, wow, that one word is too restrictive. It's basically boring. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, it's one word, so you have to like contextualize the word yourself. That's like, it's already too loose. I need more specifics, like must use something and must use this, and it also has to incorporate this. Like, sure, it's fun. Like, you gotta be creative. Like, if Legos was placed next to mustache, my brain would explode, because now I have too many ideas as well. But when you say mustache, it's like, which idea am I gonna choose? It's pretty crazy, in my opinion, that someone who decides to choose a creative profession, or believe that they would choose a creative profession, that less lead to less creativity. I find that a little bit odd, where on the one hand, the person engages in a creative process. On the other hand, they believe they can be successful in that creative process, and yet they spend a lot of time emphasizing how there's a lack of interest with a lack of details. The lack of details means that it can be anything. So where does your mind stop? Like, mustache? Like, think about how many things you can do with a mustache. In fact, I think it would be really fun. I'm gonna incorporate your I'm gonna take a nod from you, Gecko. The prompt is write a song. I'm gonna choose French. Write a song. No, Italian. Choose a song. Write a song in Italian about Pringles, the Pringle box guy, making a Gen Z pizza short, like background music for a Gen Z short about crushing Pringles as toppings for an Italian pizza. And it will be C major. Yeah, a little poppy. C major. 4/4. Maybe 8/4. Occasional double time. And it would feature the tapping sound and the popping sound of the Pringles box in it as a maybe like as the, let's say, as the kick. Use it as the kick, right? And then throw in bass boosted trying to think. Maybe like, I'm trying to think of it. What it would be Italian, like chips. Maybe like a bass boosted crunch sound from a person eating a chip, right? Dude, this goes on. You can go wild with this stuff. You usually sleep when you're tired enough that you fall asleep as soon as you lay down. I get up for work in 5 hours. Talk about sleep discipline, so I don't sleep much. If that answers your question. Will you be able to wait until 2027? As long as you produce, as long as you continue to produce music, yeah. If you don't, then I don't want to do your job for you. I'm kidding. But yeah, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I have the whole list of Inktober to do, and I also have Like a Dragon in 2026. There's also Hades 2, and then Persona series will take half a year. And if you want to listen to music, Persona. Now there's some inspiration. So, anyways, you know, there are other sources of music and whatnot. No shortage of interest. No worries. We can wait. The nice thing about having discipline and knowing that you have a lot of interest is that you don't run out of it, and you know how to manage it, obviously. Right? I'm basically preaching to the choir at this point. Speaking of being on time, slowly running out of time. Just to make sure you don't post the music on your personal channel except for a couple kids and silly songs, so don't look for it there. Oh, okay. Fair enough. All right, more. Okay, we're back to the coffin more. This is our other more, not the rub more or the imitate more. Now we have membrane. Mario's inside the lobby of the office building where he finds a strange coffin surrounded by a perfectly circular membrane. Circular? Okay, sure. That has the same appearance and color as the moon. He throws some fireballs at the membrane trying to destroy it so he can reach the coffin, but they are powerless against the membrane, which absorbs their fiery energy. In the office building, you'd say. Yeah, we got to get back to each other's schedule. I'll let you get your sleep. Right? It was fun. Yeah, inspiring talk today. Almost manic. In my head, anyways. Almost. Talking creative solutions and whatnot. That is goated. Very goated. It's magic, you know. Anyways. Sleep well. Good luck. I'll catch you when I catch you. More. More. I think I might want to change this. A protective membrane is kind of Mario-esque. Almost is right where we like it, right? Yeah, take care, Gecko. Thanks for the conversation. Okay. A moon-shaped color of the moon. Membrane and coffin. Office building. It's like cartoony, it's gamery enough to pass for Mario, but I don't have an office building. The office building is lost. Well, I can use more for the others. It's okay. R more. Fair enough. Yeah, more. Makes sense.
魔
Membrane. Ooh. The question is, will I think a force field or like a bubble instead of membrane? A fireproof membrane? Okay. B to press. Oh man, that kind of looks like foo, but it's not foo, it's B. Okay. Bigfoot is in front of the house where he is being pressed to leave by the other roommates. Okay, sure. They throw all of his wealth onto the road and press him to leave. Otherwise, they will call the History Channel that they finally found him, Bigfoot. Pressed against the wall and with no other options, Bigfoot takes his oath and walks down the road. Okay, sure. I feel like I might pivot wealth into possessions and assets as opposed to wealth. Just strict use of wealth to compel to force. Okay, he was forced out. That actually works really well. Be poor to force makes sense. Be poor. Be jing. Press on towards. Oh, interesting. To press forward something or forward.
B
Okay. That's no os. That's definitely no os. Oh wait, actually, no, it's not os.
侧面
侧面
气泡
哦，
膜
模。Okay, got it. Um,
叹气
叹气。Don't think of foo. Think of
B
bee. I like force more than press. Poo. Hey, I think this is our like fourth poo. There hasn't been too many. Popeye had been used like 4 times. Poo for common. Poo for grape. I think that's it. I think those are the only 2 characters. Yeah. But there are other characters. It's just we only have 2 characters so far. Yeah, universe and grape. Universal and grape. So we got our third. Ooh, Popeye is in front of the house where he is fighting over a laurel wreath. with a big sheep. Where's big at? I guess it's like big and sheep combined. That's fine. I think big sheep should be a thing. Like this is a component. I wonder how often big and sheep is combined like that. Big sheep there on the lawn. He pounces on the big sheep and tackles it, then uses his fingers to remove the laurel wreath from the sheep's head. Okay. Before he ran away, the sheep pounces on Popeye, tackling him in turn. Alright. That actually works. Well. 补课. Transliteration. Transliteration for poker. 补课.扑克 扑面而来 pounce face so come or then come arrive. What the hold up, I need to know this. Yeah, and to come. The hit in the face. Okay, I got you. Flushed. Hong poo poo. Red pounce. Flushed. Oh, okay. That flushed, not like flushing the toilet. Flushed as in red. 面扑扑, yeah, makes sense. Okay, fair enough.
扑
Bounce.
蛇
Oh, we finally got stop for tongue. 蛇. Of course it's Shrek. Oh, you know what? What is sh? Was sh this? No. It's close. Sh is close. Or hut. Oh, it is. Yeah, it is. It's just tongue with an umbrella. Yeah, so sh. Shrek is inside the electricity plant, wondering what would happen if he licks. Yeah, that sounds like Shrek, honestly. What happens if he licks one of the electric wires coming from Jen? He sticks out his big green tongue, licks it, and his entire lights up with electricity. His tongue turns to ash and falls to the floor. Okay, that kind of sounds more. It's starting to sound like either Goofy or a Bigfoot or Tom, the cat. Jeez. Oh, silenced. Shuttle. What's another part of the body that uses toe? Was it like sternum? Or larynx? It was probably like larynx. Makes sense? 舌尖 or tip of the tongue. Whoops.
蛇肺
Oh my gosh, now we have lungs. We're still missing pancreas. I'm gonna guess long intestine is self-explanatory. It's probably like chang. Chang. I guess. Just long and intestine put together. What else are we missing? Oh, we're missing some suspect ones. I mean, we even have like breast milk and nipple, and like we're like really hitting on all the body parts at this point, or the common language body parts. Not like the technical. I don't know how Chinese navigate technical ones. It does they use it though, like the sternum the larynx. We don't have like trapezoid or bicep, like tricep, and like it's got a chest. That's fine. Multiple stomachs. Not like calves, you know, like calves. Oh, we have thighs, but no quads. Maybe it's just the same thing. Who knows? Fey. All things Fey. For lungs. There's a moon involved. Okay. Frodo is in the bathroom of the beach house looking for a moon monster. Okay. As he looks towards the bathroom, an evil smiling moon comes out and it starts sucking all of the air out of the room. Frodo, suffocating, whips out a beach towel and wraps it around his mouth and fastens it with a cross so that his lungs don't get sucked out of his chest from the negative pressure. Okay. Alright. And then he takes his ring and turns invisible. Alright. The cross thing is kind of weird. They're a little runny today. Alright, so I don't mind the moon monster, the towel thing. So Frodo, I don't know, retreat it. Let's say retreat it to the bathroom of a beach house. It's kind of funny, a beach house. Where I don't know, moon monster is fine. The moon monster is chasing him, right? And in order, so he's like breathing heavily. His lungs are about to give out from running. He grabs the towel. And uses it like a sling. Hobbits to be hobbitzing, right? Use it as a sling to launch a cross at the evil monster. Okay. Fei Jiang makes sense. Lung. Pneumonia. Fei Yan. Lung inflammation. Okay.
肺吗
Ma. Obviously. How is this used? It's like our fourth neutral. Mario's on the roof. I need to see the example later. In a sentence, probably. With a vocabulary word. Mario's on the roof of the auditorium. Most of the silent stuff is on the roof of the auditorium. Where there's a small woods. Oof. He is trying to build a shack and begins to cut down the woods for the materials to do so, but a mouth appears and tells him he obviously cannot do that. Mario thinks a bit and realizes it's somewhat obvious that he cannot just... Okay, we're changing this. So Mario is on the roof, right, of the auditorium, where there is a stage made with depicting a shack in the woods, right? And Obviously, obviously it was for play. For play, right? Explain, like Mario was curious, right? Mario was curious. What was it for? Right? Obviously, it was a play featuring a damsel in distress. A particular damsel in distress. That like Mario sat in for the play. Obviously. Yalma. Either or. Oh, interesting. Oh, okay. Llama. 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 The more I say it, the weirder it sounds.
妈
Okay. Obviously.
彩
You do kind of look like Tai, but now with the wooden leg, off with all the ties. What do we have? How many ties do we have? We have Tai. Tai. Like with this character. I feel like we have one more. Was it this? Like a twofer. Definitely quite a lot of them though. I almost want to convert the thing that I'm asking myself is converting this into a component. Making this into a component can chunk things together. I don't think I have too many problems with Tai. Casper is in the basement of the high school where he's lying down next to a tree that grows there. Suddenly, a student wearing a wooden leg with a cleat on it came over and stepped on Casper, who yelps out in pain despite being a ghost. The student who did not see him there apologizes for stepping on it. There's quite a lot of wooden things, huh? Wooden cleats. Let's say Casper was exploring the basement, right? Basement of the high school, looking around for props for the, I don't know, looking around for equipment for school activities, high school activities. He finds a wooden, this is what I use trees for, wooden crate filled with steps on, steps on, Stepping on is tough. Let's just say like The closest thing I can think of is he stumble upon something, but that's not the same as stepping on something. This is starting to sound like the auditorium a bit, which could be a problem. Maybe like for school play. He encountered wooden box filled with wooden legs and cleats. He could use to step on stage. I don't know. That's kind of rough. The whole ghost thing is kind of weird. And then Casper. I need to know Casper. It's probably because he doesn't have legs. Because he's a ghost. So he could use the wooden legs and cleats as a prop to step on stage. To step on. By Ta. Don't have Ta. Whatever Ta is.
采
Okay. Big Sheepo.
呼 蛇
Okay. Yes.
肺
Yes. What was the moon monster doing? Oh, because he was catching his breath.
采
Okay. I think Faye might actually be the weakest
妈
of the set. Alright, so we randomly digressed and had fun and lots of chatter, right? Alright, I gotta take a quick bathroom break before we get into our review. I'll be right back. Alright, alright. Let's get into our reviews. Alright. Heck. Totem and Minette. Finger. That doesn't make sense put together. It's something else. Gotta get our groove here.
先
Heck. Dang it. Oh. What? Hmm.
自怜
自怜不会帮助你成功。
意思
请解释你的意思。
I don't understand what's going on. Stone is very, very prominent. I don't remember this whole thing has a thing associated with it. We'll come back. Have to come back.
武器
放下武器。
小偷
没有人知道他是个小偷。
Oh boy.
发愁
他为工作的事发愁。
I don't know. We just keep moving until we find inspiration. What the? What the? Hmm. I don't know what the... I'm getting caught up on the finger. Possibly even the totem. Oh, no, wait. Is this a thing that steal? No. Is it? Something about select money? Unsure. I thought it was E, but that doesn't make sense. I don't understand how the net and totem thing work. Nah, there's no chance. So? Oh, heckin' choose. Yeah, that is a recurring one. Without doubt, that's a recurring one. I think we're gonna rewrite choose. This is where like she puts things with her fingers into the totem and then throws the net of stuff into the fire pit. I disagree with this. This one sucks. Most of Zelda's stuff suck. Let's see. She's an electricity plant. That's what I would do. I just say having the responsibility. Let's say reaching into a net with her fingers and taking out a totem, using a totem from her net of goods, right? And set it up with, I guess, some fairy power. I guess that's fine. No. To generate fire pit for power. I don't really know. I think that's fine. Choose might get lost in it. It was absolutely choose or elect. That's a common problem. Joe's a common problem. This is not. And that's kind of disappointing. But today is an off day. We'll just take it for now. So hey, it is what I think it is. So I thought, oh, I typed Su. That's fine. It is what I thought it was. Not going over there.
饺子，
你晚饭吃了多少个饺子？
摘要，
我们需要一个报告的摘要。
Luck want? 我们需要 announce report 我家要 fuck what? What does that even mean? What the heck?
选择
你选择金钱还是幸福？
What? 家要
福
That's really weak.
美
I don't even know what that top thing is supposed to be. Is that supposed to be a sword? Oh, that's a modified. Why is it? Oh, that's interesting. It's weirdly written. Okay.
罗封建
封建社会，
Huh. Uh-oh.
智慧
他是一个充满智慧的人。
Hmm.
队伍
队伍正在准备战斗。
A shrine, crazy pills, and a burner. The first one is definitely C. The second one is definitely C. Thought it was
熟悉
it is
你对这个地
Josie.
方很熟悉吧？
I don't know what I typed the first time though.
压扁
他把塑料瓶压扁了。
乳心碎
这是一个心碎的故事。
昏迷
他因为受伤而昏迷了。
昏迷? Oh. Seal and build. Right? Sealed and build. Meeting. Company meeting. Huh.
高峰
高峰的气温很低。
N 幻觉，
他经常有幻觉。
洗脑，
政府洗脑年轻人。
恩人，
我们一定要报答恩人。
恩人 just kindness. Yes. Oh, benefactor is better. Kind person is a benefactor.
鼻子，风，
What? Seal and oh, that goes on the list. That's something that I would not use too much. Seal and build. Yeah, you need a seal to build. Seal approval. That's what feudal is. Yeah, that's a really old one, but I don't think I'm gonna end up using it, which is like, so we'll put that on the iteration.
奔跑，
他一边奔跑一边大叫。
That context phrase is not good enough.
杂草，
我花了一天时间来清除杂草。
And how does this work? Pick. Need. I don't know. Want? Desire? Not sure how that
Chang.
works. Oh. I'm suddenly drawing a blank. That's bad.
辅助，
他的工作是辅助主任。
How does a jewel work? Oh.
重，
Ah, what the heck? Wrong thing.
浮云，平，
That one's weak.
略，
Nah, no chance. A summary. Oh, yeah. You pick the necessities. Yeah, that needs help. So. Yeah. Or pick, yeah. Necessity. Forgot about that. Abstract is good. Okay. We gotta move along. No No stopping on things for too long. Gotta pick up 2 hours somewhere. Pick up. We've already eclipsed our time to get all the Wanikani reviews. What? Huh.
以及
他正在准备以及考试。
勺盼典故
你知道这个典故的出处吗？
Oh, we practice illusion. Okay.
哲学
这本书是关于哲学的。
逻辑
学习逻辑很重要。
I almost typed long. Long. That is long though.
猛药局
我要去药局买药。
枪奖学金
他靠着奖学金完成了学业。
奖学金。
钢鼠茄
What?
券
Heck. What? I'm not sure.
蛋忠于
军人应该忠于国家。
Oh no, I lost it. I lost it. It's gone.
小麦，
我对小麦过敏。
海岸，
我喜欢在海岸散步。
国籍，
你是哪国国籍？
鱼，中心，
中心是一种美德。
Dang it. Still not there. Oh, something makes me want to type. Okay.
脸盆，
我用脸盆洗脸。
Yeah, sure. The caliper is throwing me off. Uh, it's not that. Yeah, this is gonna trigger me. The wall. Ah, right. Take it by force. Pick up the. That's fine. It's kind of recent. But unfortunate. Yeah, standalone characters are notoriously worse than, in my opinion, notoriously worse than the vocabulary words. Whoops. That figured 5.
美酒，
我喜欢喝美酒。
Oh. How does that interpret it? Is that like a playwright? That's probably a playwright.
字幕，
这部电影有英文字幕。
晕，梅花，
梅花在冬天开放。
Oh, 球. Whoops. Oh. Oh, dang it, that's 变去.
呼，演奏，
他明天会演奏钢琴音乐。
消，自杀，
自杀是个坏主意。
Uh-oh. I have no idea. I have the meaning. Oh, maybe it's nope, no dice.
球，黄金，
黄金价格，
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna belabor this. It's Zhong, of course it's Zhong. This is another one of the common ones. It's control. I think I wrote a Zhong, did I? Oh, no, I didn't. Okay. Yeah, it's Zelda again. Most of Zelda's stuff is pretty mediocre. So Zelda is in the bathroom of the temple. Handing out silk towels. Silk towers next to the altar. Right, next to the spring, the hot spring. Under like a dollhouse themed stand, sure. Sums up. Yeah, sums up sucks. Maybe totaling? Oh, hold up. I need to go back to sums up. Oh, it's here. Found it words. Okay. In summary, comprehensive. Uh, I don't know. Dollhouse. We're gonna talk about the enclosure. Changing dollhouse to enclosure is fine. Or like a fancy stand where people uh uh pay their total tribute right next to the altar. We're gonna change this. It's not I don't like sums up or put together. Total do total. Yeah, this is an ongoing one. Oops, that's bad. What? Oh, whoops.
试用，
我想试用一下。
默读，
这个孩子不能默读。
躲，
Try and test are very similar. This one kind of not that great either.
弄错，
我弄错了日期。
Make a mistake or yeah, mistake should be okay.
河岸，
我们在河岸散步。
Or shore. Oh, that's wrong. Whoops, I typed it wrong there.
编剧，
编剧需要丰富的想象力。
Oops, I wrote the wrong. I misspelled right each time. Every time I write the wrong right. Man.
逃，
It is. Or walk away. Or escape. Okay.
纵，点燃，
你能点燃煤气灯吗？
国王，
他是西班牙的国王。
What incarnation?
丧生，
他在一次意外事故中丧生。
Lose life, casualty.
翻，
Huh.
维持，
维持友好关系很重要。
What? Oh. I'm thinking of something else, but that the thing where he was trying to turn over I think turnover is pretty weak. I'll take a look at it again. Trying to turn over a farm. That actually checks out pretty well.
酸甜，
这杯果汁有一种特殊的酸甜味道。
真，圆圈，
这幅画有许多彩色的圆圈。
It's a friend circle. Or a member circle. Not just a circle circle.
愁容，
他脸上总是带着愁容。
Oh, almost type yo.
呼，
It is call, but shout. Let's adjust this one. So let's see. Photo exits. Right. Right. Pawn shop. Sharing is purchase. Purchase of droppings. Droppings from compost, I suppose. Droppings from compost, like feathers, in order. For the bag. And trying to, I guess, fertilize the rice field. It's trying to cultivate. Okay.
胸，
That's kind of weak. Oh, 混合.
"热闹，
这个市场很热闹。
Oh, right. Silence. 热闹. What the 热闹? Okay. Nikiaka. Nikiaka, as I said earlier. Yellow? Okay. That yellow will work.
贡献，
我把时间贡献给社区。
入侵，
敌人入侵了城市。
劳动，
每天的劳动让他很疲倦。
豪宅，
豪宅里有很多房间。
The heck? It's fine.
住宅，
我们的住宅很宽敞。
捉摸，
他的性格让人难以捉摸。
Etch. Oh, that's like fathom. Um. How did the brick and the oh.
加，尽量，
请大家尽量发表意见。
It is use every means, or as much as possible. Okay.
艰难，
那是一个艰难的时期，
混合，
油和水是无法混合的。
胆，
How do I spell? Then help spell.
负，
Oops. That's 句子.
胜，柱子，
柱子
not 句子. 柱子. Oh, I missed. Dang it.
抢眼，
这个颜色很抢眼。
So what happened here?
静，
What? What? What is that?
连，偷，猜想，
我猜想那是一个好计划。
监视，
他们使用监视设备保护安全。
宿舍，
这是我们的新宿舍。
What? Oh, 是 not 上 not 上 Oops, I missed the A.
慌忙，
他在慌忙中忘了带钥匙。
乌云，
天上有乌云。
Oh, that's what we use for black. Wu is Wu. Oh, so it does exist. Instead of hey, like hey is not something I'm used to, but Wu for black. Oh, Wu. I finally made that connection. I mean, I already had it, but it didn't click originally. Like I haven't ever described something as hey for black or for Wu. Ooh, it's more like ooh, but
燕
I don't remember how the mnemonic works. Dang it. Oh, I typed the wrong thing. It's still a death.
丧失
他因为意外丧失了记忆。
Not death, but just a loss. And I think of death, a loss. Dang it.
宇航员
宇航员在太空中工作。
傻瓜
你是个傻瓜。
揭示
这本书揭示了历史的真相。
Let's reveal. Okay.
五 星 圆 忍受
我不能忍受这种痛苦。
What is that? It's not quite. I'm not quite there.
蒙受
这次意外让他蒙受了很大的打击。
Sure. Cover and accept. Like carry. Take on. Kind of like take on, but don't remember what phrase they use or what word they use.
加 炮 袖珍
这是一本袖珍词典。
The heck? Pocket size is gonna be a problem. that's a big problem. Boy.
Dao.
Or thief. Thief is better. Show. Like to take on, it's to take the responsibility, but or to be responsible or suffer. Yeah, I want to take responsibility. It's more like to burden as well. in a negative way, taking responsibility to suffer.
霸
Ooh, that one's tough.
监测
我们每天监测空气质量。
田径
学校有一个田径场。
Skin and fingers. I don't know how that. Oh, wait.
披风
这件披风是用羊毛做的。
直径
我测量了这个圆的直径。
Heck.
红 涨价
我们明年会涨价我们的商品。
高龄
他已70高龄。
揭发
他勇敢地揭发了贪污事件。
Heck. Uh.
道
So this one's rough.
“友谊
友谊是最宝贵的。
E is gonna be. E can be dropped.
冠
I was trying to consider how I could change it. What do we have? 6? That's pretty average. It's like really close to average, slightly above average. All good. We're being a little bit more diligent today and not linger too long. Make up some time. Make up some time. Be more who should 被才才骂两侧灯泡飞跃显显物显物 heck 新物 I'm still making the CN mix up. Made me question it too, which is good. 新物贫穷Gotta be careful, it's not that. Jai, no. Jai. Jai Wu. Right, Wu. Okay. 感叹领悟come to realize or comprehend. Kind of similar. Oh yeah.贫困侧面气泡heck 叹气 Alright, so we have Bigfoot kicked outside of the frat house. All his goods are thrown and scattered outside and kicked to the curb. Right. Actually, I kind of lost what B means. Oh, forced outside. Press and force. Then we have Mario, who's in the office building. This one's kind of weird, but I guess he wants to get rid of a coffin. He tries to throw fireballs at it, but I don't know what the moon thing is. I guess I just thought, but there's a moon-shaped membrane that's fireproof, I guess. This one's really weak. There's convergence on mall, so it looks like a mall. That's what we're gonna use. And we have Popeye. This one's pretty good. Popeye is outside the house, wrestling with a big turkey. Over snatching a laurel wreath. Eventually he got his fingers on it. After pouncing on the turkey. Only after the turkey pounces him again. Pounce him back. Rough housing. A bit of rough housing. Yeah, Shrek, who's in the electricity plant, having intrusive thoughts about licking the power generator, right? With his tongue. Good enough. We have Frodo, who's running, retreating to the bathroom of the beach house. His lungs trying to catch their breath, struggling to catch their breath. He grabs a towel. And flings a... Oops. Grabs a towel and flings across at the moon monster that's chasing him. And we have Asper, who's in the basement of the school looking for some props for a stage show, a school play. Found a wooden box. Right? On a wooden box. Of wooden legs. Or wooden legs and cleats. Good enough for him to use to step onto the stage. Right? His ghosts don't have feet. Alright, and then we have Mario, who's on the roof of the auditorium, asking why there's a forest and a shack on display. And finds that it was obviously set up for a play about a particular damsel in distress that he sits for. You know, Princess Peach. Okay, so we have a bunch of Zeldas. So, how do we do this? Now she's reaching into her net filled with magical goodies and took out a totem that sparks a fire for the generator, right? So how does that work? Her fingers, net, and totem. Right, so it's or choose. And then we have Zhong. Zhong, kind of unfortunate. Zhong is... Wait. Why did I type control here? Which Zhong am I talking about? No. I think I meant Kong. Yeah, I meant Kong. Kong is what? Fingers. Dollhouse. Altar? Oh, no. That is... Is it? Wait. No. It's Dollhouse. Oh, wait. It's not Kong. I'm thinking of Zhong. Zhong for control. think it's Kung that I messed up, right? Oh no, it is Zhong to sum up. Why do I have sum up twice? I typed control, but I meant to type total in my notes. And that's the Zhong is the silk. She's giving out silk towels, and then most people go to the dollhouse, the nice place, the stand next to the altar, and pay for their tributes, for their fees, their total. Sum up. Duel? Duel is kind of a left field thing. Not sure how much I like it right now. Whoops. Right. Duel. Which is to take by force. Okay. And then we have fun turnover. That was unfortunate. I've got dang it. It's like feathers, droppings, and rice patty, right? Okay. Fun turnover. This one's disappointing. Fun was a disappointment. And then Fen Jian. Fen Jian is I'm not sure how long that's gonna last each time. Fen Jian. What type of Jian was it? It was the build one. Yeah. Or feudalism. Or feudal. And then Jia Yao summary. Only pick the important things. Jia Yao. Jia Yao. My hand is so much stronger and sturdy from doing artwork the day before. My hands got less shaky. Amazing how much additional activity can do. Alright folks, that's a wrap for HanziHero today. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to pick up HanziHero, give it a try. Let me know what you think. You're always welcome to come on by, share some stories. Today we talked about creativity. Yeah, no short creativity. When creative people, share creative thoughts, generosity encounters generosity, magic happens. and look forward to keeping each other motivated, right? That's the goal. Sharing, changing ideas, inspiring each other, encouraging each other, right? Keeping each other motivated. Until then, 大家下次见. See you guys next time. Right, 感谢观看. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, walk around, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for Wani Kani. Thank you.